All right, good morning, everybody. I'm going to call in pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God, we thank you for the opportunity to come together to do the county business. Pray that you protect our workers as they go about serving the county days ahead. As we keep our officials inside. Great.
Yeah, minutes or.
I reviewed the minutes. I'll make a motion to pass from last week.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye. Make a motion, we accept the claims in the matter, in the amount of $269,061.42.
I'll second that. Any more discussion on it? You got anything on it? Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
I've got 2 abatements.
I'll make a motion that we approve abatement number 2022-826 and 2022-827.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Sheriff's report.
The sheriff's report. Total prisoners, 47, 15 released this past week. 0 farmed out. Total farmed in, 33. 79 total 911 calls. 3,928 jail contacts. 427 calls for service. 24 civil service papers served. 7 VIN inspections. New cases opened 11, cases closed 3, vehicle crashes 4, SRO activities 49, bailiff contacts 120, and livestock out 2.
All right, and then I have a surplus property resolution. I believe I sent a copy out to you guys this weekend on the old copier in the Register of Deeds office. We need to do the surplus no matter what, but the other question on that was Christie had sent an email out to all the offices, see if anybody wanted it, and no one wanted to use it. It is out of time on its maintenance and parts. It still works fine, but they're not going to be able to do anything else with it. So since none of the county departments wanted it, she had talked to Dr. Allen over at the STARS program, and they would be interested in having it if you would want to donate it to them. So I think either way, we need to do the resolution so we can dispose of it. But then that would be the other question is, do you want to do something like that with it and donate it to that program, or?
I have no problem with it. They can utilize it. Might as well.
I don't know, Gary, is there anything? I was, now, the copier from Christie's office, STARS program would like to have it if we would donate it to them. None of the county offices want it. And I've got a surplus resolution that I said we need to do that no matter what.
Right.
But the other question is, do they want to donate it over there, or?
Well, you know, it's not going to have much in the way of a resale value.
No, and there wasn't even anything with the company that we got the new one from on trading it in.
So I'd say it's fine if commissioners want to do that.
That's fine with me.
So if you want to do that, what I had prepared was that the commission agreed to donate the copier to the STARS program, and then whoever moved to adopt this resolution for surplus.
They need to be two separate motions.
You could do it all in one.
I'll make I'll make a motion that we accept the resolution 2023-13 of the surplus property and donating the copier out of Christie's office to the STARS program in Pleasanton.
I'll second it.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor? You got anything right off else?
I think that's all I've got for now.
Gary, you got anything right off the bat?
The only thing I have is a couple requests for some executive sessions on personnel, but they can wait till after you get your reports in.
All right. Kevin, I already read your report, but you got anything else you want to share with us?
No, just came to support and encourage.
I like it. Thank you. AMR?
Good morning, Virgil Swanson with AMR. I sent a report out for you guys, and it looks like last week we had 27 calls with 15 transports total. The breakdown, Lacine had 4 calls with 4 transports, Linn Valley 5 calls, only 1 transport out of there. Mound City 7 calls with 4 transports, Parker 5 calls, 2 transports, and Pleasanton had 6 calls with 4 transports. That's all I really had for you, gentlemen, unless you had some questions for us.
Workforce going good?
Not too bad. We've got a 1 EMT full-time that cleared off. She's a local gal, and she is with the fire department here as well. And she cleared onto a 2-person crew, so she's on my shift and doing really well. We have a second EMT that's in the training phase and the FTO program. So hopefully our EMT staff will be staffed, and we had 1 medic have to go part-time just because of some family childcare issues. So we're still short 1 paramedic, but we're looking.
Okay.
All your ambulance barns doing okay throughout the county?
Yeah, as far as I know right now, everything is up functioning well. I haven't heard any complaints from the crew, so I think we're doing really good.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Higgold with Linn County Rural Fire. I give you the weekly report. We had 13 incidents this last week, brings our total up to 49. A lot of those incidents were yesterday. We had 5 calls, fire calls just yesterday alone. So it's a busy weekend. I'd also like permission to hire Donnie Whitcraft to Station 910, which is Mound City Station. It'd bring their numbers up to 16 out of 15 slots. And then Station 920, which is the Pleasanton Station, Cody Kaiser, they'd bring it 15 out of 22 spots. Both those are current county employees. So if we could just make it starting immediately, we don't have to wait on drug testing or physicals on them, since they are county employees.
I'll make a motion to hire both those as rural fire department employees.
You said 1 in Mountain City and 1 in Pleasanton?
Yes.
I'll second that motion. Any more discussion on it?
No.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor? Aye.
That's all I have unless you guys have something.
I don't have anything.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Chris, you got something?
Good morning, Chris Martin, Linn County IT Director. I have 2 things. The first is your laptops that we've discussed with Commission are ready. I don't know how you guys want to proceed with, if you just want to schedule some time, come in individually, or to get them, set them up and train, or if maybe after next week's meeting, when maybe Jason's back, if you want to sit down and just do it all together, as far as however you want to handle that, but they are ready to go.
Are you going next week?
Yeah, I'll be gone next week.
You're gone next week?
If I,
Okay.
if I need to come in, I do it today or whatever you need.
Okay. Yeah, yours is ready, Jim, just because there's the account set up. So we just got to set your account up with you, and then with Gary. So, I mean, like, again, if you want Danny come in today, that would be just fine. And Nick will be ready for that. And same for you, Jim, if you want to make time, or again, I'm happy to come next week after the meeting and we can all sit down and go through it together, how to use the SharePoint and all that.
Whichever way you want to do it.
Okay. How about, are you available, Gary, next week afterwards?
Sure, I can be.
Okay. How about we do that, just so we sit down and go through it with David as well? I mean, we'll work together, David and I, on the initial piece.
I'm
but-
actually gonna miss the next 2 meetings.
Oh,
I
okay.
will probably be back next week in the afternoon that day, but I've got a funeral that morning. to go
Okay.
to.
Okay. We'll work it out. We're flexible. The second thing that I have is a question as to whether you would like me to look into this. I have talked to Jessica Hightower in regards to ARPA funds, and a project that we've been looking at, we've actually discussed in the commission meetings before, is the fire department radio system. As you know, there was some radios that have been purchased over the past years that were not compatible with what we're doing now. Doesn't matter how that all happened. However, in talking with Randy and that, they do want to move forward with radios that are digital to gain all the benefit that the sheriff's office has gained, as well as setting up the listener sites, which are around the county for handhelds to reach into the system. That project takes a lot of engineering and time. And my question to you is this something that we would be doing typically over, a 3-year period, to be honest, but using budgeted dollars. I would come to you and look at budgeting for the following year or finding a funding source in that. But in talking with Jessica, there was a mention about maybe having a county project to use some of those funds for. Is that something you would like me to look into? It's a pretty significant time investment on my part. That's the reason I'm asking.
Are we eventually going to have to switch over to it anyway?
Yes.
Dollar figures, what are we talking?
I'm estimating, now understand this is a lot of radios. So we have to basically forklift all the radios because what was purchased is not digital compatible previously. So all of the trucks, I've actually talked to Randy briefly about this, all the trucks and then handheld radios. And I would also, just in discussion, consider potentially buying through this same thing, mobile radios for the trucks, for the city vehicles, because they would have to be replaced as well. To be able to bring them on with the project, being that we're kind of escalating that. I think you're going to be roughly 80,000, between 80 and 100,000 total all in. That's an estimate on my part, and I think I'm high.
Is there a maintenance fee each year? Or?
No.
No.
There would be some ongoing potential maintenance that we would budget for towers. Now, the towers already exist, so we're not building any towers or anything like that. But, if equipment got hit by lightning or something, we'd have to pay a company to climb up there and swap some equipment out or something like that. But that is going to happen no matter whether you do it now or do it within the next 3-year window.
So we'd purchase radios for all the municipalities too, you said?
For their, and again, I'm just kind of throwing that out there, but that was something we had discussed because their fire trucks are going to require a digital capable radio. And we haven't talked to the cities or anything like that. I don't know why they would necessarily turn down a free radio that works in their vehicle. But that would be a discussion we'd have to have.
They don't want to purchase their own.
I'm not saying they don't or that they wouldn't or anything like that. My concern, though, in that conversation is, if we were to do this, I would anticipate this project would be done by fall. The equipment is available, not that we would pull that trigger tomorrow. It's a lot of radios. We're talking a lot of radios. Even handhelds is somewhere between like 80 and 100 handhelds. But there's some software things with the repeaters that, they have to get. We have to do all this mounting of equipment on towers and things like that. So to go to a city and say, hey, we're going to flip that digital switch, let's say, I'm making this up, August, that could be pretty problematic. They may not be budgeted or prepared to be able to buy a radio like that. Depending on how many trucks they have, you know, a mobile radio is $500-600 a piece. I know it doesn't sound like a ton, but right, right, yeah, some of them can
Do you
be.
get the radios?
Yeah, some of them can be.
Would this be something that could come out of the special equipment fund at the fire department, David?
Well, yeah, I mean, it could. Depending on what else we've got planned for that money, and I don't know if we've got things planned right now, but it would be an acceptable type of expense out of that fund.
But I guess all I'm suggesting is if you had the ARPA funds available, you know, the comment was made if we could use that for a county benefit. And I'm not trying to increase any capacity that we didn't already have planned. We would be accelerating that. There might be some cost savings in doing it quicker through this, just because of inflation and product availability. But again, I didn't want to go through days and days of work and getting bids and all that to then find out that you weren't interested.
Have we heard anything, Sean, on the walking floor trailer, if they're, what that bid's gonna be? Tipping floor and the
We have packet that I'll give you today, and we'll set a meeting either next week or the week after for them to come in and give all that information to you. So yeah, I've got the numbers. With me right now, grab it from the other room.
Is there any way we can finalize numbers and stuff, talk to the cities, and then talk about?
Oh, of course. Like I said, my question here isn't to get an approval for the project.
Just-
It's, is there interest in that?
I think so, yeah.
okay.
I mean, I personally do. What do you think, Jim?
I don't have a problem. I think that I'd like to see the municipalities pay for their own
Okay.
when they have their fire budget. I mean, maybe if it wasn't budgeted this year, we could help them along, but until they pay for it out of next year's budget or something. Because they do have their own fire budget.
Okay. But you're okay with me looking into and, you know,
Get some numbers for it.
yeah, because there's going to be
Is this kind of like what we did with the sheriff's department when it all went over to?
identical.
Oh, it
Yeah.
is?
Yeah. Yeah. Probably more radios in this case because of how many fire trucks Randy has.
Whether we use it for ARPA funds or out of the special equipment fund, I mean, you're gonna need them, right, Randy? So, I mean, one way or another, what you're doing is not wasting my time.
I suppose, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm about it. If we could get a little more details on it, maybe, talk to the cities and things like that and finalize some numbers and stuff and talk about it in a few weeks when Jason's back.
Okay. We'll do that.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Missy, you need to go in first to the executive session. Sean, you want to go first? You got a lot?
A little bit, but I think I can get through it fast.
All right, come on up.
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. First thing I have for you is from Jessica. We have the mowing bids. They were sent out and she had made contact for 4 contractors, but only received one bid.
Do you know what we asked for in the bid? I mean, was there a description, a detail of what we were wanting?
As far as
like when, you know, how many properties and
I
things like
think the
that?
bid specs listed all the properties and what service.
Correct, and they had maps on them.
I'm not sure. Is it?
Isn't
I
that the
guess
same
that's
guy,
I thought he was out of.
Levi Fyock?
Yeah.
That one,
I believe I believe the bid is from the same individual that did it last year.
what's the total? Is there a total on
Yeah,
it?
that's what I'm looking for. What was it last year, like 23 or something, 25?
20 something?
Do we want to give this back to them and let them in?
I think so. I think you probably should read the number, the total number.
Thank you.
One, and then give them back to Sean or he or Jessica to go through and verify that everything's been.
There's not a total number
He
on
just
it.
got a number for each mowing is what it is,
Oh,
not a total, I don't think.
okay, well then, since it's the only bid, don't worry about reading.
Okay, we'll give it back to them, let them review it, and we'll.
I guess the only thing we can do is base it off of roughly how many mowings we had last year or
I
what.
think that's what we'd have to do is look about how many
Look
times
back.
you mowed last
He
year.
just bid it for each mowing, it looks like to me.
And I think that's what we asked for, was a bid per mowing, because
Correct.
some years you're gonna do less, some years you're gonna do more.
Right.
Then we'd have to compare that to what we have in our system for what it would cost us to do it.
And just look back and see where it compares to what we had last year for mowing.
Correct.
Yeah.
If there was any, I guess we can talk about that next week or the week after, but I've had a few people say that, you know, it didn't get, the airport didn't get done, things like that, and I don't know if that's something that he knew about, or should we reach out to department heads and make sure that they all,
Is the airport even on the list? I don't know.
I don't know, I didn't look.
I'll have to qualify it with Jessica and go through it. We'll check all that out and bring it back to you. Next thing I had was the state line memorandum of agreement. I'll give you copies of these. I went to their meeting last night. They went ahead and signed that. I have the original if you want me to keep the original, or I can give it to David and have it entered into the minutes and keep a copy.
David should probably have the original.
Did they say how often they would be maintained? I mean, were there any discussion on that?
There's not a discussion, there's only, they checked our descriptions of those roadways and made sure it matched the maps and agreed.
Are we doing like alternating miles sections or what?
Based on access from either side of the line, yes. It's not exactly mile for mile, but based on access and accessibility, it is split between the two.
And our road department's good with it.
Yes, that's what we've been doing. It's just an agreement to continue.
Does our super and our foremans know the details of this? They know the details of what?
Yes, and I'll make a copy available to them, but that is exactly what we've been doing so far without any written agreement to it.
The one stretch of road that we went out and did, they've got that down now.
That's covered in there, yes.
They will take care of it.
Yes. From Jessica, I also have been advised that we did not get the airport grant. And you'd asked about the tipping floor. On the left-hand side is the study that we've been waiting for. At the back end, you'll see a divider that says tipping floor. Behind that is the original study and drawings from Peppercorn about the tipping floor and the issues with drainage. I just included it so you'd have all the information. On the right-hand side, you're going to find the new cost for WCA, which is Oak Grove, for the MSW that we've been taking to Crawford County. Behind that, you'll find their rates as they went up, as well as the third sheet down on the right side starts the December and January billings that we received. And if you look at what they're billing us, there is quite a few additional costs per ton. We figured out per ton that in December, although we were being billed $30.58 a ton, our billings average out to $37.86 a ton. And you can see the additional charges for Arcadia, Crawford County, KDHE, and fuel surcharges that are added on that it breaks down. Behind that, you'll see Oak Grove's contract with the county. You'll see a divider for cell project and then the scope of work and the drawings for that. That is the cell project we're talking about in elevating cells 2 through 6 in order to get more life service out of the current open cells. Another divider for tires. You'll see in Peppercorn study that if we put in the walking floor trailers, that the 2-man operation of the tipping floor would no longer be necessary. It would allow us to safely use one equipment operator to load and not have to have one man on the floor operating the compactor system. That other man also is used for other operations such as picking up containers. The tire information you've got on here is just a tire cutter that would allow us to defer the cost that we're paying now to haul off those tires and be able to use that other employee to cut out those waste tires, the sidewalls of those waste tires, and landfill those appropriately. So it gives you the numbers on what the machine would cost and what we're paying currently last year and for the first load this year to haul those used tires away, and which is quite a little expense. The reason I gave you all this information to study or to have in front of you is that Gabe has agreed to come next week or the week after, which is ever convenient for you, and that you would be able to prepare for your questions to get the best information out of him prior to his arrival. And my next question would be, when do you want him to come here and speak to you?
You're going next week, right?
Yeah. Probably at least 2 weeks from now, at the earliest, I'd say.
I'll have him scheduled for 2 weeks out.
They did a good job on this.
We have one driver testing today in the program and another driver starting today. So I should know by the end of the day that our driver was scheduled to test last week, but weather prohibited that. And again, we do have one starting the program today. I have a bid from CDL on the courthouse boiler. We called them in to look at the boiler system because we've got some leaking going on between the cells. It appears the gaskets on 1 to 2 of the cells are leaking. The unknown is going to be whether or not we have to replace the cells themselves because of pitting. The gaskets themselves should all be replaced every 5 years. So at this point, if we're going to break it down and we're going to do such extensive work, my recommendation and the individual that I spoke to would be wait until the weather changes so we can break the whole unit down, go ahead and replace all of them and repair any cells that are necessary. The bid here includes 2 of the cells being replaced. If they don't need replaced, once we order those in, I'm getting a number from CDL to tell me how much savings will be there, because we'll have to send those back. But we will want them on site if we need to put them in.
Didn't we just do something there 3 years ago, 2 years ago?
I believe you had a cell leak a few years back, but cannot tell you whether or not they replaced all the gaskets in between those cells or not.
I'm thinking that's around what we spent last time, if I remember correctly. Have we ever got anywhere on the installing HVAC throughout?
Not yet.
I think that's something we should look into, versus repairing this or switching everything over to HVAC. I know Rick was working on it right before he had left. I don't know how far he got on it. I know he'd met with a few people.
If you want me to look at that, our plan is to wait until the weather changes so that we can take the system completely down. So once it's not needed for the heat, taking the system down is taking it down. If we want to wait and reevaluate that before we agree to that would be the prime time to do it, because we're gonna wait out the weather anyway.
David, do you know can you look up and see what we spent on that last 2 years ago or whatever it was?
I can look for it.
The only thing I'd ask you conditionally is to approve the emergency repair, because right now the leak isn't bad enough to have to take the system offline. But between now and when the system's no longer needed for the season, if it does completely shell out, I can't guarantee it's going to last that long.
What's the cost of it?
I'm sorry.
What's that cost?
If it were to go out, to repair it would be,
But if you said just
Is
to
that the
fix the
emergency?
emergency,
to fix the emergency would be taking it down and doing this work.
it's like this there.
Yes. So we're going to try to avoid it, but the only thing I can say is I can't tell you how long it's going to last before we start throwing water all over the floor. We think it'll hold. The technician believes it'll hold, but I don't want to come in on a Tuesday and find water all over the floor and not have a solution, or at least your knowledge that we're going to try to make it last, but I can't guarantee it.
So you're just gonna hold off anyway until then if it blows up, you want the authority to go ahead and fix it, right? That's what you're saying.
Correct. If something occurs between now and when we reevaluate it or take it offline, I just want to make you aware that there's the possibility that we may have to do an emergency repair.
Fair enough, I guess, isn't it? But you want to look at it, if it lasts, you want to look at it before we spend this, what you're saying.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that's what we had in it last time too.
And if need be, if that emergency repair is necessary, if you'll approve me just contacting the chair and letting them know and working the issue out at the time, that would be appropriate as well.
I don't have a problem with it, because I mean, if it breaks, we gotta fix it anyway, but
We're going to try to do it in the most feasible, cost-effective route we can, but again, I can't guarantee you that this was going to work.
Do we need to tell the price if it?
This was not a bid situation. This was a solicitation. So I don't, it's up to you. I don't think there's anything
we
wrong
just give
with
you
it.
the authority to fix it if it blows up, basically is what we're saying.
Yeah.
If.
And you know what that price will be. If you want to mention it, there's nothing wrong with that.
Prices are,
I'll mention the price to this emergency repair. If something happens, it's $10,874. And if I remember correctly, it's kind of what we put into it here a few years ago. And I mean, we'll have over 20 grand in it. And I'd rather I think that boiler's at the end of its life, and I know we were looking into having, HVAC put in, and I think that would be a better route. I'd rather spend the 10,000 on that than do this, depending on what it comes in at, but, I don't know if we can find out where we're at on that, that'd be,
I'll look into it.
but, yeah, I mean, in an emergency, I guess that's what we'll do. I'll make a motion that we allow Sean to repair the boiler if something happens to it, that amount of $10,874. That's my motion.
I'll second.
Motion and moving second, all in favor? Aye.
Commissioners, I need 10 minutes for legal, and that's all I had for you this morning.
I don't think I have anything for you.
I don't have much.
Thank you.
Missy, you want to go into executive session? I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 20 minutes, you said? What is it for?
So now,
Personnel?
protect the privacy of the employee.
What he said? That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion and moving second, all in favor? Aye. I'll make a motion that we extend for 10 more minutes in the executive session.
I'll second it.
Motion, second, all in favor?
I'd like to make a comment about a statement I made last week. It was taken out of context, I guess, I don't mean anything that Missy did that was out of line, that I questioned her integrity on what she did. It was a misunderstanding as far as over the speakers, and I want everybody to know that that's my stand on it. And I don't want anybody thinking that Missy did anything wrong as far as her integrity.
Thank you. Thanks, Jim.
You want to visit with us, Missy, or if you want?
We had to go back a little bit because our EMR didn't start until February 1st of 2022, so we had to do some hand counts, but I'm not going to read everything to you. But I can tell you, we saw 2,270 people last year for outreach, where we did our flu clinics and our health promotions. We did 986. So last year, we saw 3,256 people through the health department, provided services for them. And you all have a copy of that.
Thanks for this, Missy.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Is that all you had, Missy?
I don't know.
Elliot, looks like you're up. You just state your name and what you're here for.
That's for Jason.
So, let's see.
Allie Hamilton, Trading Post Museum. So I have a couple things today, but on the first one, basically, if you guys look at your packet, it's just what you guys request from the museum as far as the budget. So I'll let you guys look over that.
This is separate than the County Historic Society, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, we're a separate entity. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like budget wise and stuff like that. You guys,
Yeah, we're completely separate. So we run as a 501c3 nonprofit. We're separated from Mound City Historical Park, Linn County Historical Society. Is that what you mean? Okay. So it's just going to go into our budget and then what was on our agenda. And then also it would have been October's meeting minutes, what we're doing, activities we're doing, our projected budget for 2023. Everything I'm hearing you guys ask what you want to see that we're doing with the money is hopefully
I like it.
listed there for you and you understand where all of our funds are going. And taxes, those are employment taxes. I was questioned on that last year, I think. So those are not property taxes or anything like that.
We provide you what, a year, 7?
We're provided $8,000 annually. It's split into 2 payments, $4,000. I really don't know the day or the month that you guys have that available for us. when we get close to running out of funds, we're usually calling David and asking when we can have our payment.
Does it twice a year, I'm not certain what, 4,000 each.
Yeah, it's 4,000 each, twice a year. But there's also, I think, a form that we're now required to fill out for disbursement of funds, I believe.
Do you know where that number came from? Why it's 8,000?
No, I know in 2016 that it was split because that's what I had asked for at the time. The 40,000 that was allocated to all of Linn County historical societies that included Mound City, Linn County, which is in Pleasanton, Trading Post, Lacey, and Parker. There were 5, and Linn County was getting 40,000, and then Olame was allowed to disperse those at her discretion until 2016 when the commissioners voted to divide that equally. So
It's been 40,000.
40,000 divided by 5 was 8,000, and then we all started getting 8,000 in 2016 to present. I really have no idea where the number came from. I will say in 1974, Linn County funded they funded the building in Pleasanton, pretty sure.
I think.
You go ahead. Yeah, Gary, I am
I don't
pretty
believe
sure.
so. I believe that, wasn't that funded by Waldo? That's my understanding. That you remember, you were around then, right? I'm probably the only one that was.
I really am not sure. I know at the time that my great grandfather, Charles Murray, wanted the Linn County Historical Society to be in Trading Post. He thought that was the best suited location for a historical society. And when the commissioners at that time voted to have it in Pleasanton, he left and built Trading Post on his own with his own funds. So that's the history of how the Trading Post Museum started. But as far as the funding, if David could tell us, what year we were starting to receive 40, or has it been more? Has it been less? That would be
So we were
interesting.
We're putting 20,000 in until just a few years ago, and I can find what year that was, but originally, well, okay, since I've been here, I think we were around that 20,000 mark. It may have been a little less when I started, but at that time, we were sending all the money to the Linn County Historical Society, and they were splitting it up by some formula on who got how many shares. And then just a few years ago, we changed to 40,000, and then 2 years ago, maybe, we started sending it directly to the 5 different locations.
Correct.
Does the Historic Society exist? I mean, the board?
So I will say 3 years ago, I was a part of that. I went to maybe 2 meetings because when you guys changed it for us to receive our $8,000, we were required to go to a meeting to get our check. So, like, if Skip didn't come to a meeting, she wouldn't get her check. Now, that is just what I was told. I have no idea. I don't know. I was having a problem getting it when we needed it or wanted it. And I felt like our society needed to have more control on when we were getting the check. And so I requested, after we were doing the 8,000, it still went, the 40,000 still went to Linn County Historical Society as a whole check. But because I was having issues with getting it when we thought we needed it or when it was available, we asked that David send those directly to our address.
So by statute, are we supposed to have a board in place for that? I mean, who
Well, I can't.
owns the Pleasanton building? That's the Pleasanton.
I think
So that is okay. I was asked by Public Works a couple weeks ago, and I did a little investigating on that. The building was built on the city of Pleasanton's property in 1970, 4 or 5, Dinah Smith's, I think it was Dinah Smith's brother. Anyway, he found the right paperwork that they have a lifetime, I guess, like a contract that they will have that building for a lifetime that the museum exists. However, it is not listed anywhere on a deed at the Linn County Courthouse. So I was on the phone with them quite a while, a couple weeks ago. It's not noted anywhere at all. That permit, nothing. Like the lifetime contract, it's nowhere. So if you are legally looking at it, like GIS mapping and all of that, it will show that all the buildings are owned by the city of Pleasanton. That's not accurate though. And if that's not accurate, I feel like the courthouse should be updated with the document that they have. I guess like what they said was they don't pay taxes either way, so they weren't really too worried about what it looked like. But, 50 years from now, we could be in the same situation when we're not going to be able to go back to someone that lived in 1974 and knew that there was a lifetime contract. Does that make sense? Kind of. Well, does it make sense of what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The buildings show on GIS mapping in the courthouse that the Pleasanton owns everything, but that's not accurate. The Historical Society owns everything according to this contract. But again, I have nothing. I'm not a representative of Linn County Historical Society, so I do not want to be in the middle of that. That would probably be for Teresa Miller and Ola May. That's my knowledge of the situation, but.
How often here in our Trading Post are you open?
So right now we are open from April 1st to November 1st, 10 to 5.
Every day?
No, we close Monday and Tuesday. And during the winter, I mean, if we get a group come in or someone that calls the number, I'll just run down there and open it up and do a tour.
How do the other museums do it? They just,
So the other museums are, there's a sign on the door that I would say, I mean, from what I experienced in the last summer, would be that there's a note or a flyer on the door that says to call for an appointment. I don't know. I think Ola May is open twice a week, but maybe not during the winter. I'm not sure. I just met with her though a few days ago, but we had a meeting with someone that was from Douglas County, writing a book on Linn County and the Underground Railroad. So I worked with Ola May and Teresa, myself, and Jan Elder. So that's something kind of neat that's happening.
what does your budgeted money go to? Bills?
Well, if you look at the 2022 financial report, so at the top, you'll see the money in was $6,189.51, and then the income from the county $8,000, total $14,189.51. So Crochan, that's going to be our phone service and internet, water, Evergy, that's electric, insurance, that's building insurance, mowing, taxes, that's just employment taxes, Cintas, that's fire, pest control, that's termite, propane, salaries. So on improvements and signs and sidewalks, we did give $3,310.77 to that, but that's nothing that will happen again next year. That's just a improvement. That was off of a Helen Barnes grant and another grant I wrote for supplies. It's going to be like paper, pencils, pencil sharpener, ink, toilet paper, paper towels. So our total expenses were $21,644. But we had a beginning balance of 10,1825, so we were able to cover some of the improvements from the previous year's donations or grants. I didn't personally print out projected, but if you want to go over it, we can. I can look at it. Projected is 17,944. So basically, I just copied everything over. As far as I don't see anything increasing too terribly bad on operating expenses.
You guys are really active, huh?
We try to be. So we meet quarterly. So it's the first Wednesday usually. Some of the things we have coming up, we have steam engine tractor school coming up in May. Our steam engine is actually at the Adrian showcase room over there. They're working on that. We put that on a 2-year lease. And we are actually holding the Linn County Noxious Weed. I don't think it's Linn County, actually. I think it's like the whole, maybe Southeast Kansas region. We're hosting them for an all-day tour and lunch event, I guess, in April 6th. So that'll be good. I think we're working with Food Fair on that, on food and providing those services to them and giving them tours of local attractions. Ice cream social in May. Fall festival, November. Those are the only things I think we really have that have been planned or in the paper and magazines that are going out in Southeast Kansas.
You have a billboard up out there, right? Or
Oh, well, that's a story. So
saw the base of it anyway.
we have had a billboard that was stolen. The iron. It was the face of the billboard. That was like 3 years ago, I think. I don't even remember the exact day. So we had to get another billboard. So Gentry has been paid for those services. The concrete's been poured. The posts are up. We just need to get the face put on. Everything's been paid for. We don't need any money for it. It's just my dad and Gentry that need to finish a project for me because they're providing those services at no charge. You can come help him, Danny. Maybe it'll get done.
No, I like how you have everything broke out like this. This is exactly what I like to see. There's still a lot of unknowns about the museums, it sounds like, but I think we're somewhere with it. So who owns everything inside of it?
There's 2 different ways you can look at that. So we own the building, we own the museum, the agricultural barn, the Tubbs cabin, and the curator's house. That's under Training Post Historical Society 501c3. The schoolhouse and the cemetery are controlled by and owned by Valley Township. So we do some of the cleaning or maintenance on those, but usually Wayne and Tom Patterson, who I deal with all the time, they're very helpful and we get a lot of things accomplished together. So no problems there. Basically, I think they pay their own electric. Yeah, pretty sure of that. But so there are probably 20 some stones that need fixed or replaced in our cemetery in all of Valley Township. And so I had gone out and we got all that quoted. I think it was about $8,000 to get them all replaced and fixed. And those are, Civil War era stones that are just falling apart, that their family is not here or alive to take care of those. So that's something I think Valley Township will come in and ask for in the future. But I went ahead and got those quoted just so we can at least knock maybe a few out every year.
So do you control the board for the cemetery?
No, I have nothing to do with the board. So basically, being at the museum, I get a lot of questions and people are coming in there and saying, hey, you know, we'd like to be buried here, or how much does it cost? Or, you know, just, I get questions all the time. So I usually know most of the answers, but at the end of the day, all of the deeds or anything from the cemetery plots, that's through Tom and Wayne
Okay.
Cox, yeah, to Valley Township. So I'll answer what I can and then send them to Tom.
I like how you have this all broke down.
So that's the annual budget. If you guys are ready for me, move on to the the next portion of what I'm here to present. I'll go ahead and start speaking if you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Established on the banks of the Meredithine River, known to the Osage as the place of many swan, was a French fur trading post. Establishment des Chateaux. This post opened up trade with the Osage, who were native to Kansas, and one of the oldest existing settlements in this state was born, Trading Post, Kansas. The Kansas Department of Commerce is seeking applications from tourism-focused businesses and tourism agencies for impactful capital projects which spur regional economic development, and the Trading Post Historical Society will be applying. The grant seeks to address the pandemic's impact and support the tourism. Can you come finish this up? Yeah, right here.
And support the tourism industry by funding the development and or improvement in tourism-focused businesses and tourism agencies. Linn County, and specifically Trading Post, played an integral role in our state and nation's history and formation. We will use the grant money to create a new tourism destination and museum center with the potential to become the site of the Linn County Visitors Bureau. We envision Trading Post as a cultural hub of local history, featuring stories and exhibits from Kansas Native American tribes, the Trail of Death, border warfare, Kansas's entry into the Union as a free state, Civil War battles, and more. The new state-of-the-art destination will include a French cafe and bakery, an immersive theater experience with a new Trading Post documentary produced by Heartland Films, an exhibit room dedicated to Linn County's veterans, genealogy workstations, and classrooms focused on providing opportunities for learning through visual and hands-on experiences. The Trading Post Historical Museum receives visitors from all across the United States. Our proximity and easy access to and from the U.S. 69 Highway Corridor, also known as the Frontier Military Historic Byway, makes this an ideal location for the county to support the development of a tourism-related business. Trading Post can be a starting point to other important historical and tourist attractions in the county, such as the Meredithine National Wildlife Refuge, St. Philippine Duchesne Park, Mine Creek Battlefield Site, Meredithine Massacre Site, and other important Linn County attractions. We're asking the commissioners to support our vision by providing a letter of recommendation, which will be included in the grant application, that expresses support of the development of a new tourism attraction and the future sustainability of the project. I end with a quote from History Matters by Steve Berry. "Preserving our past establishes roots and community pride. It teaches, inspires, makes our communities more attractive, and encourages travel and tourism. Historic places and things are assets for economic development. Saving them is smart. And as John Steinbeck asked in The Grapes of Wrath, how will we know it's us without our past?" Yep, it's okay.
So basically, what we're looking from the commission is support in building a new facility where the Trading Post Museum currently stands. So the museum will come down and then we would rebuild. On the second page, you'll see the preliminary renderings that show the first and then the second floors on the back side. The theater on the second floor will have a veterans honor room, and then also the Shoto Cafe. The square footage is, right now it stands at 16,000 feet. On the third page, it will give you just an in-depth of what all the exhibit rooms will include. So on the first level, you can read through all of those. Second level, the building needs and the importance of the community and how we can help and give back. If you want any of those,
So this would be a full-time deal after it was built, huh?
yeah, it would be, so we would be open. So we would be open year round if this was to go through.
So right now we have, oh man, I'm back. We have a historic society, but would you be in, we don't have a tourism, which would this fall under that instead?
Say that again.
Like we don't have a tourism.
We do not have a tourism director. We do not have tourism CVB, Visitors Bureau. So some of the things that in the grant, what they were asking for was a letter of recommendation from your tourism director, a letter of recommendation from your convention visitors bureau, which we don't have either. And so now I'm coming to you guys because I feel like that's the third best option. Yeah, I mean, I have a meeting with Therese Davids tomorrow. She's just a congresswoman from Miami County. I have support from Trevor Jacobs. I'm waiting on an email from him. I'm going out to the Meredith Wildlife Refuge today. The Meredith Massacre site will be applying as well. I know that. So the opportunity to have this type of facility built, yes, it is. So they allocated $30 million. This is for museum and tourism attractions and enhancement and infrastructure. We can ask, the minimum request is 500,000. The maximum is 10 million for the facility of new infrastructure. We are probably closer to that 10 million mark at where we're at right now. I have I don't know what page it is for you guys, but projected, well, I think I put 7,350,000. So basically the 7 million would be wiped out, and then the operating expenses we have at $350,000. It's just an estimated
Per year? Or?
per year.
And where do you project to get that at? I mean, the operating expenses.
So there are a couple things. We obviously don't bring in $350,000 in donations and admission. We don't charge admission. So if you should have projected budget. Just go to that page, and we'll just start at the top.
To the back page?
It says projected budget. It should be in there. So I have a projected budget, and then also I attached the Mahaffey House budget as well, so we can do some comparisons, okay? So to answer your question, projected budget on additional income, admission, 15,000, memberships, 25,000, gift shop sales, 10,000, Shoto Cafe, 40,000, the venue, 15,000, Airbnb, because not only are we rehabbing all of the buildings, in addition to that, we're building a new museum. So the curator's home will be an Airbnb where you can stay on site. In-kind donations, those are donations that are given to us that people don't actually give us money, but they might provide something to us, printers or things like that. Grants, donations in general, school programs, workshops, and events. So that's where I feel like I can bring in 172. But again, it's projected, and we're still needing 350,000. So yes, obviously, there's a few other things that the county does not do that I feel like we could do. If you're asking where like Fort Scott gets their money, where does Mahaffey get their money? It's all from their county. It's from their cities. You know, they have a transient tax in place. The transient tax is huge, especially for Olathe. If you look at the Mahaffey budget, that is 777,000, if I remember correctly. All right, so if you look at the top, that is only salary. So that's, was it 534,000? I think, Danny? Yeah. So that is going to be just salaries. Let me pull it up. Yeah, 537,000. All right, so on the contractual services, I took everything out that I would not need. I do not need a cell phone. I do not need a vehicle lease, $20,000. I don't need a computer lease. I don't need veterinarian services. I do not need an on-site vet. I'm not paying $25,000 in livestock feed. So basically everything that I did not need, I took it out and I put it in the projected budget. Now the salaries are $241,000 on projected budget. And that's where I feel like the county plays a huge role in just economic development in general. And if we're getting, I know for a fact, if you're asking me where I would get money to have operating expenses, well, I would ask you guys, would you guys ever put $8 million into a new facility for a visitors bureau when that is mentioned more than probably 10 times in your comprehensive plan? When will that funding, become available? Probably, I hate to say never, but I don't see you guys funding a $10 million building for a visitors bureau in the near future.
We have goals.
Yeah. So this is a great opportunity for the county to get that funding. Those are ARPA funds that are left over that must be used. Only museums and tourism attractions can apply. We never used any COVID relief money or ARPA funds. We were never reached out for any help ever through the county for anything during COVID. And so that's why we're eligible to apply for this grant. We're also eligible because we're not affiliated with the county government. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, and those are the only entities allowed to apply. Couple of other things that are in your packet show Fort Scott's membership levels. So instead of, your Pleasanton Chamber of Commerce, which is $50, you're looking at reaching businesses that pay annual dues of $2,000 or $1,000. So larger donations, larger membership levels. On our last board meeting, we did go ahead and approve new procurement standards. That is the last thing we needed to have to apply for this grant. They were voted in February 17th. And that's for federally funded awards. We have to have that in place. I would also ask that you guys take a look at the comp plan. We are probably over everything that we're providing in this. I would say over 50% of your comp plan lays out word for word. And I'm okay with reading some of those to you. Of what this county wants. I know, Jim, you ask that almost every week you're in here. Is this what the county wants? Is this what the people want to pay for? And I honestly feel like it is. I mean, that's the whole reason we did this comprehensive plan, was to see what the county wanted. And the county wants, in 4 to 7 years, they want a visitors bureau. The county wants tourism. The county wants this. And also, if you could take a look at your comprehensive plan, profitable tourism and agriculture. While the county receives the majority of its revenue from the energy industry, 67%, tourism generated 7.9 million. So I could keep going on in that, but tourism, how is that calculated? And where did you guys where did you put that 7.9 million? Did you put that back into the general fund? Because we don't have a fund for tourism unless you put that back into economic development.
Is there a reason we don't?
9 million come in this county as tourism myself. I don't know where that's at.
I've never seen a line item for tourism.
Is there a reason that we don't, David? Is there, I mean,
I don't know where you're even talking about. We don't get millions of dollars from anywhere that's,
Well, it's in the comprehensive plan that it says it in your comprehensive plan.
I have no idea what we're talking about there.
I don't know. It says it on. Oh, and the hunters. I don't know how you guys calculate it or how the state of Kansas calculates it, but the state of Kansas, this was from IBTS.
Okay, well,
And they,
it may be money that is coming into this area because
yes,
it's not money coming to the county.
County.
We don't receive a tourism check from anywhere.
I never said you did, but I am saying though, that it is calculated, whether it's calculated by the business, was it food and beverage? I mean, you guys, I don't know. This is what it's, I'm not saying you received 7.9 million back. I'm not saying you did or you didn't, but that is what IBTS recorded in your comprehensive plan, that you guys received $7.9 million in tourism funds. I don't know. I'm just saying that's what the comp plan says that was approved by you guys. So, that would be something I think would be worth looking into though. If we don't know where that money came from or went or how it was recorded, it would be interesting for me to know as well, because if you gave us this opportunity.
Darren question, what does it mean?
I believe we're talking about a contribution to the economy of the county as opposed to funds coming to the county. That's different.
Okay, but did we receive 67% of our revenue from the energy industry?
That would be close anyway, yeah.
And then the second, it's a comma, and then it says, and tourism generated 7.9 million of business activity.
That's business.
So business activity. So that's money coming into the county though.
That's money coming into the economy of the county.
Correct.
Not coming into the county government.
but if we had something in place, like a tourism item on our budget, is that something that we levy a mill for, or what? How would that work? And we get that money back?
Well, I mean, if you put if you add to your budget a line item for tourism, spend money on tourism, that's going to just raise property taxes. That's where the money will come from, property taxes. So unless you do it with a sales tax, which they probably could, I guess.
That a lot of counties in the state and all over, they do that. They give a certain percentage back to tourism.
The idea of a transient tax is not very fruitful here, because the places where that is fruitful is where you've got a lot of rooms being rented out and we don't have any.
But it also, transient tax, depending on how you guys vote on it, you could also include food and beverage. And I mean, we don't. Is that not right?
I don't think so. I think transient
Okay.
taxes only apply to.
I'll get you that documentation because I'm pretty sure,
But wouldn't that benefit like a hotel or something to come in if we had something in place for them to?
It doesn't benefit them particularly. I mean, the way the transient tax works is if I have a hotel, then on top of what I charge my customers, I charge an extra percent that goes to the taxing body, to the county. Now, if we're turning around and then spending that money to bring in tourism, then that benefits the hotel.
We have a hospital board that has 1.9 million. Not doing nothing.
All right, you never mentioned that before.
I'll mention every week until something gets done, I guess.
You can collect tax on restaurants, motels, hotels through the transient tax. That includes Casey's. I can send you that email too if you want it, Danny, so you can see. It's on the state of Kansas website.
Yeah, if you could.
And honestly, the transient tax, yes, we may not have a hotel built right now, but Brandon did sell that lot in Pleasanton from a guy out of New York that's building a hotel. And the only reason that he's not building it right now is because the city they don't have enough funds for the infrastructure. So it will come. And whether it's 5 years from now, if it's 5 years from now, then we're ready for that. Now, would it hurt, Cedar Crest or the Airbnbs? I'm not sure. We would also get transient, possibly, I thought, from Linn Valley Lakes. If people go there, if they Airbnb anything, we don't have any regulations on Airbnbs in the county yet. It's something to think about, and
So is there something you're wanting from the commissioners today?
yeah, it's stated in the first letter, but I'm looking for a letter of recommendation that you support the building idea and that you also support at least 5 years of helping maintain and sustain.
It says something about here, you have to have some transit tax in place or something, or a board or something, are we not gonna be able to do it because of that? I mean, how's that gonna look?
Where does that say that?
Didn't it say something here about,
I don't have anything on transient tax.
or was it your tourism tax? Is that who they usually go off of, not the commission, or what?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, how's that gonna hurt you? Yeah, is that gonna hurt you, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about money. So as far as not having a tourism director, I think it actually helps. I think it helps our case. We don't have a tourism director. We don't have a tourism hub, bureau. We're in need. We are in need of something like this. And this is exactly, if you guys, do you guys have your comprehensive plans here? Your booklets? Because if you read through your comprehensive plan, there are I think there's 87 pages of that comp plan. I went through and highlighted everything. It was 87 pages, so I did not print it out. But I would say over 50% are the things that I could highlight. You guys want a Linn County Chamber of Commerce. You look at your opportunities map. It's in your packet. Somewhere. Oh. Okay, sorry. Page 33 in the comprehensive plan. And starting on page 32, it gives you the identification markers. But basically, the opportunities map. There are 5 spots in Linn County that you guys want to develop with a combination of public input, the advisory committee, that the opportunities map illustrates where and how the county should use its resources to guide future physical investment and change. For example, in addition to developing specific strategies targeting the largest communities in the county, the focused growth category also highlights growth opportunity areas in developing the industrial park near Lacing Power Plant, as well as tourism and recreation amenities near Trading Post, Lacing Wildlife Area, and the Meridazine National Wildlife Refuge. The concepts illustrated on the map provide guidance that help to inform the land use plan. I mean, there are pages after pages that I highlighted the objectives and the goals of Linn County. And then also, Danny's asked about this before, the accountability on this comp plan. We never had accountability on the first one. And on this one, we're asking for accountability. There are, at the very end, you'll see the S and the M and the L, and it's talking about the ranges of when you want these accomplished. In this Visitors Bureau, on the 5 line items, you want this built in 4 years, according to the comp plan.
We're in the process of writing the comp plan right now, as far as the new one, the comprehensive plan, the planning and zoning.
No,
Nope.
that's the codes and, the comp plan's already done.
The comp plan is the guidance that we,
But then they're in the process of writing our comprehensive plan, right, David?
No.
Concluded in August of 22.
Pardon me?
It was concluded in August of 22.
Okay, and now they're working on the
Codes and
probably just codes.
regulations, okay.
the codes and stuff like that.
The comp plan is just
Right.
it's a guidance, you know, of what the people wanted in Linn County. Oh, you're fine. But yes, like Gary asked, so what I'm asking for is number 1, a letter of recommendation that you support building the new facility that could become a Linn County Visitors Bureau. That's number 1. If you agree with that,
Say aye.
say aye. Yeah. Okay. We're getting somewhere. That could be the first part of the letter of recommendation. The second part is where I know we will probably struggle. I am asking for help with operating expenses. That has to be completed by April 23rd of 2025. We have to use all of the funds by then. So you have 2 years to really think about backing out of the operating expenses or funding it. With or without the county, though, this is our grant. But the grants are looked at with more positive impact, and in receiving the grant, if your county supports you, obviously that's what we're looking for. But again, with or without your help on the operating expenses, I have a few things in mind. Donors that I haven't really hit hard, big donors. Starting a plan, even if I had your support, an endowment plan where we would fund, up to $4 million. And then once we got there, we would have enough operating capital. So then I don't need your help anymore. I'm not asking for a handout. I am asking if there would be some possible way that we would take care of all operating, and maybe you could help with just a few salaried positions. There's a lot of, we can look at it a lot of different ways. I'm open to suggestions, but right now we don't have the grant. And right now we're just looking for a letter of recommendation from the county. I would love for you to put that you support, the operating, but and they're looking for 5 years. They want to know your county supports you and will support you for 5 years. They want to know that when it's built, this
Starting in 2025.
2025.
David, by that time, the jail tax would be off, right? When's it come off?
Well, that's like a 30-year
Oh,
bond.
is it?
Yeah.
Oh, does it drop down to half?
Once the bond's paid off, it drops down to a quarter of that.
That's 30 years.
But yeah, that's another 27 years from now or something like that.
Would you guys like to speak and say anything about maybe the creation of jobs and different things that, we will provide the community? Obviously there's a lot of building that's going to be happening. We have 2 years to complete the project, lots of contractors. We're looking at least 4 salaried positions for Linn County.
What's the chances you're gonna get it?
I think it's over 80% with your support.
I see.
There are a lot of people that took ARPA funds already through the COVID programs. The city or county governments cannot apply. You have to be an operating 501c3. You have to have all your paperwork and, all that in order. We're good there. We're good on everything. The only thing we didn't have was the CFR 200 federal regulations policy. And I have that now, which, yeah, it's basically just how you bid out the projects. But this is a federal grant. So this was federal funds allocated to each state, and the state of Kansas Department of Commerce, they gave 30 million to allocate to museums and tourism attractions for new infrastructure or the renovations of what we have. There's a high 100% probability that if I apply for 10 million, they could come back and say, rework everything you did, your bid. We're going to give you 5 million and you need to figure it out. That's basically what they were saying on the webinar. If it's on city property, government property, you cannot apply. So there were a lot of things in there that, off the top, we're checking, people weren't going to be able to apply. So the opportunity, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. That was the words from the webinar at the Department of Commerce. Also, I sent the Adobe grant to Willard because they were also giving nursing home funds for deserved populations up to 10 million. And so that's out there as well. And that's due Monday. So that would have been a great opportunity as well. But here nor there, we're here for tourism. Oh, yeah, sorry. We do need the letter. Okay, I would like the letter by the 24th. The grant application is due on the 27th, but I would like to submit it on Friday because I don't want there to be issues on Monday morning when a lot of people are trying to submit their applications and let's say the server goes, I don't know what could happen, but I would like to get it done before the weekend so we know that we've have it submitted.
So this letter is supposed to say that they support your getting this grant and that they will give you $300,000 a year for 5 years? Is that?
Well, there's two, like I said, there's two different line items that you can support. So the first one, yes, would be that you just support that I'm applying for the grant and you support the idea of what we're doing with the funds. So I feel like that one maybe we could agree on. The second one, I feel like just with the financial obligation, like you don't have to say, we're going to give you $300,000. I'm not asking for that as far as what's in the letter, but I am asking that you just, in a way with words that you could possibly put that you support the idea of and would help with maintaining the facility for the next 5 years through 2027.
How long have you known about this grant?
So I've only known about it for probably 2 or 3 weeks. It was released January 27th. We have been working very long hours to accomplish even to where we're at right now. You can look at this is not an easy task, obviously. If you look at all the exhibits that we'll be recreating, if you look at that one bid in there, it's 1.6 million on just exhibits. So I'm not saying that that's who we're going to go with. I'm not saying that this is the final drawing, but I wanted to give you guys an idea of how big we're thinking here and the opportunities that I feel like we can create for the county. It would be visible from the highway. You'd have that access there. And then, and Sue Vickery, she's here today. She's with Heartland Films, and she'll be producing a new documentary on the trading post. So the Osage people before, and then all the way up to the Battle of Trading Post, the night before the Battle of Mine Creek. That's the plan right now. Obviously things can change, but you want to speak? Okay.
Why not? Hello, I'm Sue Vickery, and supporting this adventure for Linn County and the value of the history here and how far and wide. When we made the film Original Jayhawker that we premiered about a year and a half ago, we had about 350 people came to the premiere. We raised a bunch of money for the splash park that is now a reality here, and ended up sending out all over the country about 250 DVDs of people that were interested in the story. So we're very proud of that. It took us 2 years to create that from beginning to end, and we'll have about a similar timeline to create this film for a forever keepsake for the history of those of us that live here. Original Jayhawker now exists on the Mountain City website for all of time, for anyone to watch it anywhere in the world, and we'll have something similar available for this film. I'm very excited for the opportunity. We're very proud to live here, and anything we can do to enhance the experience from beginning to end, that's what we're about. So that's my task, is to get that taken care of in 2 years. So I'm supporting this adventure. I'm very optimistic that the grant will come in, and in April we'll get ponied up very quickly to get started, and I've got a pretty decent cast and crew around that we can get ready on it, get a script written. So.
You got anything?
I don't have a problem with the letter, but as far as putting the money in it, I don't want to do that today. They need a letter of recommendation for there's no financial ties to us on it. I don't have a problem with the letter, for you guys to get started if you can get your grant, but as far as financial contribution right now, I want to make that decision.
I understand. I would appreciate, though, you guys looking into that 7.9 million in tourism. And then also, I have, all the surrounding counties, all of them, they have tourism budgets. They have ways to print brochures. They have websites. They have events, and all those things were listed on your comprehensive plan of things you want to accomplish. I do feel like I can hit almost every single one of those when it comes to tourism. I'm not asking for a dollar amount in this recommendation letter. I would appreciate definitely just the.
There's not a problem here if we just give them a recommendation letter for.
I think if your letter, from what I hear you say, I think your letter would say that you support their effort to build this tourism site, and you support their application for the grant, and you're excited about their possibilities, and would anticipate that the county would be supportive of these efforts in the future, something like that.
With no monetary.
But I don't think you want to mention any monetary support because you're not ready to.
But can you not say that without monetary support at the end of that, though? Like in the recommendation letter, could we just leave out without monetary support?
It would not have that phrase.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you
didn't.
Just said, and I just am like, can we leave that? Can we leave that
I
sentence
do
out?
think it's important that we try to restructure things to accommodate the history in this county. There's a lot. When I owned the cabins, I know a lot of people came in to, hunt and look at the history stuff. And Allie's coming here every week and telling us about what we don't do. I mean, there's no hate.
Well, I mean, it's not just you guys. Like, you guys are literally, I would say, you don't have anything in place on transient tax. You don't have any place on tourism. You don't even know where your tourism's coming from. You don't know where that dollar amount came from. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions you guys don't know, and there's a lot of questions I don't know, and I get that. But I think it's time we really start looking at it, because there is opportunity here, and I do think it's time to give us a shot. I mean, I feel like a lot of things have happened in this county that aren't working. I hear you guys every week. Things aren't working. Things aren't bringing in the money. Why don't we do something different? Why don't we do something? Why don't we change something? And what better way with a new facility?
I agree.
And it's visible from the highway. It's hitting on more than 50% of your comprehensive plan. I would encourage you guys to go home and look at your comprehensive plan, because every single one of your goals and objectives, when you're looking at that, we hit it. We hit it all. And you have all these timelines of when you want it done. And if we don't get started on it, you're not going to meet those. You're not going to meet the accountability on those. So I will briefly, so with the grant, this is a very fast turnaround. So it's due on February 27th. I'll know by April if the grant is approved. We have to start construction within 6 months. We get 50% of the award. So if we were awarded $10 million, we would receive 5 million day one, as soon as we sign the award letter. After 4 months, if we're ready for the next 5 million, it would be, and I'm just using that number just because it's easy math. But basically, once we break ground, that's 50% of the grant. 4 months, they review everything you've been doing and they give you the last part of it. It has to be done April 23rd of 2025. It's a perfect season opener. It's perfect time, perfect weather, and a great way to get started with Linn County tourism.
So if you're going to draft a letter, you probably want to vote to issue a letter of support and authorize Danny to sign it, because we're not going to get it written today.
You don't want me to write it, though.
I can draft it, or we can have somebody else draft it. But your vote would need to authorize Danny to sign it and send it, because you're wanting it by the 24th,
Fourth.
which is 3 days.
And I know Jason's not here today. I have sent him emails of everything I talked about today. We had a little brief discussion about it through email. So I don't know if he's allowed to vote on it since he's not here today, but maybe he could go back and watch the video. I don't know how that works. If someone's not here, if you guys vote on it, is it just between two?
The letter, yeah. I mean, we'll pass and we'll get it. We have a quorum. And I appreciate you going through all this effort that you do and what you're trying to do in the county. I know you do it on your own time, so I appreciate everything you're doing. And during budget season, I would like to figure out why we give the Historic Society 40,000, who's on the board, with the buildings. I mean, I don't know anything of how anything operates in the Historic Society. I would like to know those details, and that's what I talked
Well, I don't know. I think it's something you need to look into too, because I'm not sure if Linn County Historical Society even is affiliated with Linn County. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're going to be dealing with 5 different boards. You're going to be dealing with 5 different museums. It's not centrally located. Like, that's not our museum. That's not our county museum, I don't believe. I know it says Linn County. I know that. But I don't feel like you guys have.
I can't answer that either.
Yeah, I think it's something, I mean, I would like for you guys.
One of them, a different historical society, like Mountain City has theirs.
Yeah,
Parker has theirs.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. So like, we're trying to create something where like we'd be like your hub, like you're a visitors bureau. So like, and not only that, there's lots of things in the plan that you'll see. We have genealogy workstations. We have the cafe. We're providing multiple jobs, different atmosphere, community annual memberships to anyone in the community that will be able to come out there.
And the county only donates like 22 or 3,000 to their historic.
Yeah, but they also get tax.
I mean, that's.
I understand.
Itself, the
Yeah.
society gets like 22 or 3,000.
Yep, she got so Paola got 22,000. I did read that, and I got with them, but that doesn't account for the tax and different things that they're getting, and they allocate that back into tourism, where we don't even have an idea of what we're even going
What I'd
back.
like to know during budget season is, how you're operating, what your operating costs are compared to people that aren't open right now, or,
Oh, I would love to see that too.
I mean, I don't know. The 8,000 or 7,000, how do we ever get to that, David? Do you know?
No.
That's the stuff I'd like to know during budget season.
I think it would be interesting because, I mean, as far as, okay, I'm not saying that we can't make that $350,000. I think it will be a struggle for the first few years. I'm not asking for the county to help fund it the rest of the lifetime. You wouldn't have to. Your name's not on it. You could quit at the next budget season rolls around. Like if you're like, we're going to agree to 1 year of helping this amount of, dollars.
But I look at it too as an asset to the county if we work.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we
Absolutely.
pay for an airport that I can't use, you can't use, and
This would be,
which is crazy. But
we're already a Wi-Fi hub for Pleasanton School District. People can come, the kids can come there for free, use our Wi-Fi.
you can utilize, and I think it's important that I would like to have our name connected to it. I mean, that's just that's one thought of three, but I don't feel like we're going anywhere in the county, and we gotta, I mean, my objective here is to grow this county and, you know, make it worth living here, so utilize our tax dollars to something that'll benefit everybody, not just 0.5% of us. So, so I appreciate everything you're doing, all the information, and I'm in support of the letter. So, Jim, are you?
Yeah, I am with the letter.
Can you guys look into exactly as far as like the tourism tax that comes back in other counties and also where we got that number in the comp plan?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's important. I think it's,
Because I think that that would give me leverage when I come back in here and ask if we get it awarded. You know, if it's awarded to us, I would like to be able to speak on the budget side of that if this happens. But I also want you guys to know where the money's coming from. And I'd like to know where that tourism money goes as well. So,
well, I'll make a motion that we provide, is there a name of your,
Letters support, oh, I'm sorry, I thought.
is there a name that needs to go under you or your?
Trading Post Historical Society.
I'll make a motion that we provide Trading Post Historical Society a letter of recommendation to apply for this. Is there a name on the grant?
Yeah. It's the Sprint grant,
For the,
all capital letters.
stating that we are in favor of you going out and doing it for the county, or I guess it would be for the county, but
Or the historical society.
For the, yeah.
David, you like that motion? You got it better.
I move to provide a letter of support for the Sprint grant for the Trading Post Historical Society and to authorize the chair to sign the letter. That covers it. And
I'll make that motion what David said.
I'll second it.
Any more discussion?
No.
Thank you.
So do you want me to draft this letter, Danny?
Oh, yeah, if you would.
Can you give me that handout so I can have something to look at? Thank you. I'll get back to you.
Motion been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we'll see you again soon for budget. Hopefully next week. Thank you, guys.
okay, I know Sean was still wanting some executive time.
Oh, sorry, Sean, I forgot all about
I
you.
think, Gary, did you have something else?
I need 10 minutes for personnel.
And I could probably tack on about 5 for that. We also had 11 o'clock scheduled to talk about compensation, and I think that's why some of the people are here right now. So whatever you want to get into next.
Well, there's no hurry on mine. So.
Okay, you good? We'll go ahead and go into the employee compensation.
Okay, so I put this on there for a couple of reasons. Catch back up here in a minute. So kind of two parts to what I wanted to bring up today. One was the salary for the county attorney and how we want to approach that. Because I do understand Burton announced in here last week that he was going to resign. And I think that's something we need to discuss and figure out what direction you want to go with the job and whether you're considering it to be a full-time job and what the salary would be for a county attorney. And then I also had some information prepared just to talk about county salaries in general. So I mean, I know people back here, I think, are here to talk about the county attorney part of it.
If you guys want to come up and state your name and
Yes.
where you're from, who you came with.
I'm Andrea Purvis. I'm the district court judge here in Linn County. I live here in Mound City, well, on the edge of Mound City. I just wanted to kind of just give you information. I came from a prosecutor background. I was the county attorney in Dickinson County, so I have an understanding of the job itself. and I wanted to be here to answer any questions you have and kind of give you my opinion on, I'm not going to tell you what I think you should pay. What I am going to tell you is that this position is, in my opinion, is not only a full-time position, but probably you could probably do another, I think it's more than a full-time position. I think you've got probably at least a position and a half. And that's based on the amount of work that goes into not just being in court, but your caseload. And I went ahead and pulled a few numbers from last year, and I wanted to explain kind of what that means. The county attorney's office filed 500. Let me look and see what the number is that I had. I had gotten a couple of different numbers, but somewhere around 500, 550 cases, according to the county attorney's office. That is criminal cases. That's misdemeanor and felony. You guys had, since 2020, you've had at least 3 murders. That's not something that I ever saw in my jurisdiction. We had one in the 12 years that I was there. We had 1 murder, and that requires more resources than like a normal case would require. You also have a lot of high-level sex crime cases here. That's something I did see. Those also require a lot of time and resources. Traffic cases, you have traffic coming not just from your county, but from your highway, because you do have a 69 is a highway that comes through the county, and so you're going to get traffic cases off of there. Juvenile cases, child in need of care cases, which we just filed 4 new ones already this year. There's 4 brand new sync cases this year. You had child in need of care, you had 30 cases last year. Those cases, that's just the new ones filed. Those cases take probably at least a year. When you're talking about a child in state's custody, you have to wait a year before you can terminate parental rights. So there are cases open that have been open for several years. Sometimes those sync cases last years on end. And sometimes, and the county attorney is still involved in them up to the time the child's adopted, if they ever are adopted. So you may file a sync case on a child when the child's 8 years old, and that sync case could go on for the whole childhood of that child until that child's adopted, if they ever are. So you have, not only do you have the new filings, you have cases that are open and have been open for many years prior. I'm seeing cases in my court from new cases that haven't been resolved from 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, unresolved criminal matters. Those cases, part of it is COVID. It did back up the system, but part of it is just that you have cases that linger for, especially sex crime, murders, things like that, takes a lot of times more than a year to get through the court system. You have quite a few fish and game compared to where I came from. Limited extradition cases, juvenile offender cases, care and treatment cases. So it's not just criminal that the county attorney's office deals with. It's all of those types of cases. Your criminal numbers at 177, mine ran around between 250 and 300 in a county that had 10,000 more people population-wise. And I had 3 full-time county attorneys. County attorney and 2 assistant county attorneys. All 3 were full-time. We are in court. We have 3 judges that are on the bench here now. We have our magistrate who does she does the traffic matters with the county attorney's office now. I do the juvenile sync and half of the felony, and Judge Fisher does the other half of the felony cases. Care and treatments, I've seen the ones that have opened recently. Fish and game would go to Judge LeBlanc, I believe, or Judge Fisher, right? He's doing He's doing the misdemeanors, yeah. So I have currently scheduled 11 jury trials. Not all of those are going to go. So that's something I don't expect that all of those will go, but I expect we will have some. That requires a lot of time for a county attorney to prepare for a jury trial. Especially when you're talking about jury trials of felony cases. But there's also misdemeanors that sometimes get set for jury trial, and they have to prosecute those as well. So since I came, the evidentiary settings have gone up, and that's because these cases need to move forward, and I don't have any intention on lingering. And so I'm pushing every evidentiary hearing that's set, like preliminary hearing, that requires the county attorney to prepare for that. They have to prepare for the probable cause hearing. They have to get their witnesses prepped. They have to have those witnesses there, and we have to have an actual hearing. Every day we have first appearances. There's a statutory timeline that first appearances have to be heard within 48 hours if the person is in custody. So those have to be done in 48 hours, or a detention order is done and it's done. Like if it's a 3-day weekend, it'll be done Monday. So we've got 2 cases for first appearance today. On the weekends, county attorneys have to review search warrants. They have to review affidavits to get detention orders. And at night, 3:00 in the morning, I'm signing off on search warrants. County attorney has to review it before it comes to me. So this is a full-time job. The county attorney position is a full-time job. The other difficulty that you may have is that right now there's a shortage of attorneys in rural areas. So you're going to have to compensate at a level to entice people to come here and stay here. This is a office that is, you don't have a choice to have a county attorney's office. And you are obligated under law to fund them so that they can do what they have to do to get their job done. And that's a legal obligation the county has. And that's a discussion that I had many times with our commission. Because when I started, there were only 2 of us, and it was too much. It was too much for 2 people. And really, your criminal cases, less than 100, probably as far as the difference, or maybe around 100 cases difference in just criminal. So you have probably less traffic. We, I think, filed somewhere around 500 traffic cases because we had I-70. But even so, those are what I call high-speed, low-drag. Those don't take a lot of time. The traffic cases don't. But the ones that take significant amount of time is going to be criminal, child in need of care, and juvenile offender. So
How many attorneys does Miami County have in Bourbon County? Do you know?
do you know how many?
Prosecutors, you mean?
Yeah.
Prosecutors, yeah. Like,
But I think they have 3 positions. Is it 3 or 4? Yeah, 3. 3 positions in Miami, and I think there's about that many in Bourbon too. Yeah.
compared to their caseload, is ours pretty close?
Surprisingly, our criminal caseload is not that far off from Bourbon's. I was actually surprised by that, and I don't know why that is, but you get a lot of bleed over from Kansas City. Where I was before, it was a rural county, but my bleed over was from Junction City and Salina, and that's why our caseload was high there and why we had 3 attorneys there. But you have the same issue here with Kansas City. And a lot of the criminal stuff we see are people coming down here from other places, and from Missouri. So we have quite a few people coming
And
from.
then in the summer months, is it even worse with everybody coming to the lakes?
I am gonna have to defer to someone.
I guess you haven't been here that long, have you?
No, I came last summer, so.
Population doubles in the summer.
So that's probably why you're seeing a lot of filings here in this county. So just things for you to think about when you're considering what to do with the county attorney position. I encourage you to fund not just a full-time position, but at least a part-time position too. Because you can't have 2. Otherwise, we're running into the problem too of there's going to be conflicts. So you're going to end up having to pay somebody to handle those cases anyway. So, because you're gonna have to pay somebody to take the conflict cases that the one person you have can't do. And, I'm unusual because I came from far away, so I don't have issues with conflicts, but most of the attorneys that are in the area are gonna have some conflicts. So, is there any questions you have for me?
I don't have any, but I knew, Miami County was down, they just have their appointed one right now.
And it's not a good situation. And it's gonna get bad for them if they don't get get other people hired there. You know, at some point you run into issues with constitutionality of how long these cases are going on. And you can't effectively keep your population safe if you're not able to prosecute the cases. So, because what the sheriff does is super important, but if you can't get them prosecuted, then what he does has no meaning either. So, not everything, not saying what you know what I mean. But, you
I was
know,
looking on the internet and it looked like this is a problem all across the state.
not only here, it's across the country. And part of that's because the pays have not kept up with, and I think you see that across the board, probably in lots of different areas, that pay hasn't kept up with the market. You know, when an attorney can go to Kansas City, when an attorney can be rural and do defense work and travel and make $300,000 a year, how are we going? I mean, you have to think about how are you going to be able to get somebody to come in here? You're going to have to compensate to a point where they want to come and stay. Everyone around you, the county attorneys make more than 100. So, and I don't know how much more, but I know that it's up there.
Now in Missouri, they went to a statute and it's what, 150?
Yeah.
That's probably why they did it, is because they're running this.
And my understanding is that it's not now, if you're coming out of law school, if you get a high enough score on your MBE, you're automatically allowed to practice in Missouri. You can get licensed in Missouri and Kansas. And so if you can get more money there, then we're going to be competing against them as well. So is there anything else that I haven't covered, Gary? I know.
No, I think, we might just say a word about the process. Jackie's involved with that.
Yeah, and I'll let her talk.
Mr. Harding has written his letter to the governor, I think, so that started the clock ticking.
It did, and that's really why I was here. I'm Jackie Taylor, Chair of the Linn County Republican Central Committee. So I wanted to let you know that letters have gone out to the precinct men and women. And because statutorily, we have to have a convention 21 days after Burton's letter went out. So we have set our convention for March 2nd. Letters went out went out Friday. And so we're statutorily, we're good. But, and all the rules have been set. We have 21 precinct people that these letters went out to. I'm hearing that there are 2 candidates that possibly might have some interest in this position, but I have not heard anything because they are waiting to see if this position becomes full-time and what the compensation is. So if we don't set that, you know, the wheels are in motion. If we don't set that, then Gary can answer this, then I think Judge Harth is the one that brings someone in that appoints someone to us. And it would be a much better situation if people who were voted or appointed in the precinct people could elect or appoint this new county attorney than having it appointed by our judge. Not that she's whatever, but I mean, you know, so it is important that, and it's very timely that we get something done here because this convention is next, 2 weeks Thursday. So, just FYI.
Now, what, our old it was not a full-time position.
No, it's never been a full-time position. The understanding was the county attorney was paid so many dollars and did whatever work he needed to do to get the job done, but was free to private practice on the side. If it was a full-time position, he wouldn't have any private practice on the side, and that's the difference. And so it's always been It's always been, this part-time understanding. Now, the, Miami County attorney position is a full-time position. The Bourbon County attorney position is a full-time position. As they said, Miami County has 3 assistants. I think Bourbon County has 3 assistants. And so, you know, their caseloads, you know, Miami County, of course, has a higher caseload than we do. Bourbon County is not much higher. I doubt you'll find that the people that might be interested in the job would come for a full-time role at the current salary. I doubt that.
Our previous prosecutor had stated his concerns over this before the election, that he thought it needed to be full-time and an assistant.
So just a little bit on the salary or funding the salary side of things. This is really separate than the other discussion I want to have on all county wages, but I do always budget some money in the contingency fund for salaries if they are needed for something. So we would have some money available there if you're wanting to make some adjustments in that salary and making that more of a full-time position.
To be competitive, what do we need to be at, 120? We're at 87?
We're at 87 now. I know what Burton had talked to me about when he came in one day was if we looked at his salary and the assistants, that comes up to about 130. He was talking about the 120 to 130 range. I mean, looking at the latest information I had from other counties, which a lot of this is about a year old at this point. There are 2 or 3 around our area that are just over 100, like 105, 102, around that range. But I don't have information on how many assistants and different things they have with that.
Missouri is at 150? That's their statute? What would an assistant make?
Well, the
What's
one
our
we
assistant
have
make now,
currently
45?
is making about 40,000.
He's on a 20-hour-a-week contract. So it's a half-time contract.
So he just did what, court 1 day a week or?
Well, that was the original plan. Now he has to be there, I think, more than 1 day a week, and he can't manage that.
So what do you guys think a good number for an assistant would be at?
I paid for full-time assistants, I started at around 70 or 72. But I was having a terrible time finding anyone.
Now, who would you get for that at that
I was gonna
price?
say, even full-time, even with that amount, I had a really bad time finding people.
Was that somebody right out of school or is it?
Well, and that's fine. I'll tell you, having somebody right out of school is fine because you can, as a county attorney, you can train them.
Yeah, you don't have to unteach them anything.
Right,
Somebody to come.
exactly.
Yeah,
But what I will say is that kids coming out of school could make 85 going into private practice.
So
or more. I mean,
Yeah. 43 is actually what we're paying Justin right now.
So do you think that with our caseload that we need to have a full-time prosecutor and a full-time assistant or a part-time assistant?
Ideally, you need 2 full-time people. That's my opinion.
One other thing, I've got an ad prepared for Linn County News, and Kevin did something, I've seen this elsewhere from other people that I talked to, a site for county attorneys that you advertise on, and it is full statewide of help wanted for assistants, for county attorneys, for all kinds of things. So it is extremely competitive.
So you don't think it would be better for us as far as to let us negotiate with the person as far as the wage or, you know?
They won't even look at it below a certain amount.
Well, I'm not saying put a figure on it, let them come.
That they can get figured from other places. So, and I had people when I was looking, once they would ask right off the bat before there was any discussion, how much does it pay? If I couldn't give them a number, they weren't talking. That's how competitive it is right now.
So really for a full-time prosecutor and a full-time assistant, we need to be at
Total of 200,
205, 200.
probably.
Right now, we're at like one.
If you're doing 120 for your prosecutor and 80 for your assistant, I think
I
that,
think Miami County's like at 109. They're,
And they're down 3 people.
They have one, yeah.
appointed one from Barton County or somewhere.
I think it's important that we listen to the people that are telling us, the professionals in that field, and
How does that work with the appointment? How do they get somebody to come with an appointment that would not come? You both.
She actually, yeah, as a matter of fact, she had originally agreed to do it, then she got an offer for way more money, and she was gonna take that, but she had actually told me she wasn't gonna take that county attorney position. She was the only one who was even considered by the Republican Party, and it's because I begged her to put her name in. And she had pulled it out because she was gonna make a lot more by going and just being an assistant county attorney in Riley County. And she changed her mind kind of at the last minute and went ahead and stayed. And so she was appointed in my place. She was my assistant county attorney. And thank God she was, because they would have been without anyone. And
Now, what happens if like she quits and goes, what
well,
happens?
you're gonna have the same struggle you're having right now, because that position doesn't pay.
Or if they just choose not to run for office.
That's right, and likely she's not gonna run the next time, so
That's brutal.
Dickinson will be another one that's looking for a county attorney. But, you know, the advantage you have here is that you are closer to Kansas City, and that means you can probably, the fact that somebody came from the western part of the state is because that's why. That's why they're looking for Montgomery County, because they want to be closer to the city, would be my guess.
our previous prosecutor told us the same exact thing, and we didn't listen. I think it's important that we listen to the people that deal with it every single day, and I think we need to consider the pay raise here to make this all happen. And you guys really need an answer today, don't you, Jackie?
When you have this in, my email is not attached to it, so in order for these people to respond, yeah, they need to know, so that they can, because it is such a tight schedule on this thing. It's so silly how they have it set up, but it's so tight. We need to know so that we can communicate with these people. Come to the convention hold.
You got anything to add to it?
no, I know that it's, it's rough to have to spend that kind of money, but I tell you, we've got to have a county attorney. And that's the only way you're going to get one is by spending some money, unfortunately.
Jim?
I'm gonna excuse myself. I don't need to be.
Thank you for coming in and
Thanks,
sharing.
Judge.
But
Thank you.
Nice to see all of you.
So we need to determine if we're going to make it what we're going to do here, right?
I think your decision ladder is, number one, you're going to make it full-time or not. Then second, if you make it full-time, what are you going to pay? And then third, are you gonna have, some kind of an assistance? And that you don't have to, I don't think you've got to firmly make that part of the decision today, but you need to be thinking about it. Because that will influence the candidates as well. If they're coming in,
They bring their own people with them typically, don't they?
well, they might, but if they know they're coming in and it's going to be all on them, they're going to be less interested at whatever price than if they know they're going to have an assistant. Do you think that's a fair statement, Mr. Harding?
As far as,
Don't you think that the candidates would be more likely to want to come, whatever the price is, if they know they're going to have an assistant than if they know they're not going to have one?
yes, obviously, I think that absolutely would make a big difference in the mind of a potential applicant or candidate, yes. And just, I just wanted to step in just to be available. I don't have anything to say, or I just, if you guys had questions, I'm here.
So do you think that around $120,000 or $130,000 a year for a prosecutor is fair, and then a full-time, and then a full-time assistant at 70, 75?
I do think that's
Competitive?
I think that's fair, and I think that's competitive. I think that pays a little bit more than our surrounding counties. So if someone is interested in prosecution in this area, they'll want to come here before they go somewhere else. And obviously, the more candidates we get, the more, discretionary we can be in our selection and particular and get, the right person for the job. As far as the assistant, I think I heard Judge Purvis speak, and I think I said this to you too, which is I think that you can maybe get by with the part-time assistant, but I really think the best practice would be a full-time assistant. I mean, again, you heard that they have three assistants in Miami County and 2 or 3 in Bourbon County, and our numbers are not that far off, and we have a half-time assistant. We are just kind of really scraping by with the bare minimum of what we can do with that. And again, I think that probably you can continue with that, but I mean, I think at some point in the nearish future, within the next few years, it's probably going to grow to a full-time position.
Isn't it fair to say that you've been, even though your salary is pretty much based on a part-time, you've been working full-time?
Oh, I've been working at least full-time. I mean, the job is over 40 hours a week.
And with the part-time, he was more pushed towards a full-time and.
Yeah, so if just my part of the job, nothing to do with my assistant or anything that he does or his duties or docket, it is again, at least over 40 hours a week to complete this portion of the job. My assistant is doing, I mean, probably I'd have to really lean on him to tell, but I mean, I think he's doing, I mean, I couldn't say, but it'd probably take 30 hours a week or more to do his side of it. And if you were to kind of bleed those together to share responsibilities to kind of equalize it out, I mean, you really are looking at about 2 full-time positions, if that makes sense to you. And I call, I mean, just this weekend, again, we had 2 arrests that needed to do a detention order and review those PC affidavits, and that takes time. I spent time, search warrants. I mean, and again, this sounds like a complaint. It's not, but the job, I mean, never ends. You're always taking calls from law enforcement. You're always getting emails with PC affidavits. You're always, the judge needs you to come in for first appearance or whatever. I mean, it is 24 hours a day, and that is really, when I came to you, I didn't say pay me 120 because that for me is a job for someone with no kids or someone with kids who are older and in school. My family life is just in position just so that I don't have that range of flexibility and availability because of my family and having young kids and having appointments and stuff. I just am not as available as this job really requires it to be. And that's why I'm saying I need to step away because rather than asking you to pay me more money, because I think that this is suited for someone who is in a better position to do it than I am.
Can you get me a copy of your letter?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll forward that to you today.
I'd be in favor of trying to make it both of them a full-time position. I've done a lot of research and I've sat with Burton, talked to him, I've sat with Kevin, and our operations over there has grown, but our county attorney's office hasn't. And our old county attorney told us that this was going to probably be an issue, and we just kind of didn't listen to him. I think it's time that we listen to the people that are telling us what they need. And we give them the tools necessary to complete the job. So I'd be in favor of making them both full-time positions. I think we owe it to the people of the community to get their cases done. And I mean, the last thing I want is people knocking on my door wondering why we don't have a prosecuting attorney and mad because their case ain't going through fast enough. They got enough going on. I don't need to deal with that too. So I think it's very important that we listen to them this time, and I'd be in favor of making them both full-time positions. You know, the prosecutor spot anywhere from 120 to 130, and the assistant anywhere from 70 to 75, like they had stated. So I think we got to be competitive. We're not going to be able to find people that's going to stay here and, you know, represent our county.
I don't mind, putting on the full-time, but I don't think we need to be setting what's gonna happen to the next guy, you know, to where he can negotiate what he sees fit.
What do you mean negotiate?
You know, we're telling him what we're gonna have for him. Maybe he don't want that, you know. It's, I don't mind telling him what we're gonna give him as far as one wage, but you know, at the other end, who knows what he will do or what he'll want for the second. Attorney.
You're not saying you don't want to set a price, a wage for the county attorney. You don't want to set one for the assistant.
Assistant attorney.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what he wants.
I think that makes sense.
You know, I mean, I don't have a problem with, you know, Miami County's at the 109 if we went a little above that. But to me, why do we want to hamstring the guy that's coming in there? Let him make his,
right.
Or let him negotiate his.
So if you set a wage on a full-time county attorney and commit to a full-time assistant, but not set the wage,
I don't know what he wants, whether he wants full-time or not.
Yeah, well, I understand.
He can negotiate it. Why do we
If
need
you don't
to
need a full-time, then we could budget for a part-time, I guess.
Why do we need to negotiate for him?
Well, I mean, I think, because we got to provide them with the funding to complete the job that they administer.
Well, if you would say to them, we are willing to do a full-time assistant, if you defined you need one, that would answer their question as an
It'd be
applicant.
smart to put a number in place so that they're not, I mean, if, say there's a prosecutor that comes and he has a sidekick that he wants to bring with him. And I mean, we're in this hunch to find a county attorney in a small window.
Yeah.
He's going to be calling, hey, what do you guys want for that? And we're going to have a meeting and we're going to push it, table it for 3 weeks. And then we're going to he's gone. I mean, I just think it's important that we have a number in place that
But if
states.
he's negotiating for his second, you know, why do you want to tie him up? I mean, he might be negotiating it for his.
So are you saying you're not opposed to giving them more if they want more than 75?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, why do we want to hamstring the guy on the negotiations? If he's negotiating, he's the one who's going to run it, right?
Yeah, but we fund it.
Mm-hmm.
But technically, as an elected official, which he would be, even though he's appointed, he could offer him whatever he felt like he had to offer him. And just like Kevin can hire his people in whatever he feels like he has to hire them in at. I mean, he's got to comply with salary schedules or for those that apply, but he can rate them at whatever level he needs to get them. David, same thing.
So you're in favor of giving a full-time prosecutor 130?
I think that's a little high.
But I have links on my phone where I was looking up, because I've been dealing with this for a few weeks now. There's a lot of open positions. I've been doing a lot of research on it. I think we have to make a decision. We got to stop pushing things down. We got to take accountability. I mean, it's our job to fund the departments. I mean,
We'll make a motion, Danny, and see if you get a second.
So this is the KCDAA, which is a bunch of job openings. I mean, pages and pages. I think that's a good example of us not keeping up with times and making the decisions that we need to make. I'd make a motion that we hire what would it be, to go out for hire for a full-time prosecutor?
That you establish the county attorney's position as a full-time job at whatever wage you're gonna pick.
I think we got to be competitive. I don't want to be dealing with this 5 years down the road or whenever his term, or 2 years, I guess. I would put a motion in place that we hire a full-time at around $130,000 per year and a full-time assistant at, no more than $75,000 a year. I think that's what's going to take to be competitive with our surrounding counties, and put a presence in place to compete, to keep running our county efficiently. I think our last one told us the same exact thing, and we didn't listen to him, and now we're here in the middle of a term and we're looking for a prosecutor. So I think it's important that we look down the road. And I think that's, based on these numbers, that seems pretty competitive for me.
So there's a motion on the table.
All right, well, I guess motion dies.
If there's no second. Now, maybe you need to, one option is to make another motion that you think might get a second. I predict that if you leave off the wage on the assistant, you get a second. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not trying to read Jim's mind, but.
Well, either one of you could make a motion.
That's true.
However you'd like to see it go.
I'll make a motion, we accept or put the wage at 120,000 and leave the second one open.
So, well, what do we do? What do we do if a prosecutor comes in and says he accepts the full-time position in his salary, but he says his assistant doesn't want to come unless he makes 85 or 90? Here's one right here.
You can always go back and readdress it.
Can I make a suggestion maybe?
Please.
Regarding Jim's motion, I think that whoever steps in may have their own opinion of what their wants and needs are and that sort of thing. And so it may be prudent is in favor of Jim's motion, get someone in at the 120, for example, and let them come to you and say, I've been, I've done this job for 3 weeks or a month or whatever. Here's what I think I need, or here's what let them come to you and say, here's what I think I need, I guess, maybe. And that might save a little bit of heartburn right now to rather than, again, I'm telling you what I think it would take, and I'm telling you what my belief is, but, rather than set it at what I'm telling you, which again, there's nothing wrong with that, but if there's some pushback, again, let the new person come to you and say, I think I've evaluated this and this is what my needs are, and that.
Yeah, I'm good with that as long as we listen, because you're the second person that's come here and told us that what we're doing is not working, and we're still not listening. But
Okay, Jim, so what I have on your motion is to pay $120,000 for a full-time county attorney and leave the salary open for an assistant county attorney. Is that?
Let him decide.
Does that sound like what we need on that one?
well, I think that'll get us moving in the right direction. So I'll second that. So, I mean, are we gonna listen to someone when they come in and tell us though? I mean, what if he comes in and he says something way different than what we, you know, what if he comes in at 80 and he has a guy, I mean, are we gonna entertain his?
Three-member board for it.
Huh?
That's why we got a 3-member board.
I guess this is a good starting point, so it'll allow our committee to get moving forward, so. A motion been moving second, all in favor?
Jackie's not still here. I can let her know what you decided on that and give her some information to work with. So I know Gary needed a little personnel time. I needed a little bit. Sean needed some legal time. And I don't know, Gary, does what you have, should we talk about before I get into the rest of the?
I would prefer to, partly because there's no reason for me to be in on your pay discussion. And, but that's, I could stay if you want, but I'd just soon get these out of the way.
So I guess that would be my suggestion at this point, unless you guys want to go a different direction, is go ahead and do our executive sessions and then come back and talk about the compensation issues that I wanted to discuss.
Yeah, that's fine.
What I had down was 10 for legal and 15 for personnel, and Sean was going to be in for the legal part. And then Gary and I both had a little bit of personnel.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 25 minutes total, 10 for legal with Sean and 15 minutes for, is it personnel?
Make the motion clear, the legal is to protect attorney-client privilege, and personnel is to protect the privacy of the employees.
I'll second it.
Motion been moving second, all in favor? Huh? What?
Beating you over the head with it.
All right, Sean?
I just have the agreement between ourselves and our new hire, NV McDaniel, for CDL training. He signed that. I just need a signature. We're good to go with that.
Which this is under the one we just came up with about a month ago or so, that they reimbursed if it's not fulfilled, and
That's correct.
And he has it now, or does he have his CDL, or is he gonna work?
No, this is the newest hire that starts training today.
Okay.
so do we need,
You probably need a motion to approve and sign that agreement.
I'll make a motion that we approve the agreement, the CDL training agreement for, what's his name? NV
NV McDaniel.
McDaniel. Just stating our regulations on our CDL program, which means if he doesn't fulfill his side of it, he'll compensate us for what we put into it. So that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Motion moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
And that's all I had.
So as far as this, this solid waste project, what do we need to do? We just need to review it, and we're gonna talk about it next, or 2 weeks.
I asked Gabe by email to come in on the, what would it be?
2 weeks from
2 weeks.
yesterday.
It would be the 6th, at 10:15, if that's all right. I've asked him.
Penciled it in the agenda.
Now that, the contract, is it still in effect down at,
It renews itself every 10 years and it's attached on there.
we're in the middle of it?
It ends the 2025.
25.
But if you look at the way the bills broke out, that would be a question for Gary as to whether or not, if we decided to walk away, whether or not there were any other opportunities to leave that contract early.
Okay.
Is there anything on here, did they review the local sites that we have, and is there a life expectancy of when we'll be replacing all that stuff? Or did they look into that?
That wasn't part of the study. It was just the cost benefit for the operational changes that we wanted them to explore. But if you go through all of that, my expectation or my hope was it would give you enough time to look at that and be prepared to ask them questions while they're standing here, so that you get the most out of the meeting with Gabe when he appears here. And certainly if there's something that you come up with a question by reviewing that information and you want us to print from PubWorks or anywhere else, before that meeting, just let me know and we'll get it to you before the meeting.
I don't think I have anything else right now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Darren, you got something? Something like that, we can do that way cheaper. We can do that in-house for way cheaper than that. Kevin, you got anything? David?
Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about just employee compensation schedules. I sent you guys some information, I think it was just yesterday. I came in and worked on this. So this was one possible approach if we're looking at salary for employees that you could look at. Let me hand out copies here.
Oh, do you have a copy of that?
Attached them to the emails, but.
Yeah, I got
In front of you. The one on the benefits, what I concentrated on that page was the upper part of the page on the percentage of benefits, percentage of salary. And what I used on that was, it's roughly 20% of salary for a full-time employee goes into the benefits that are based on a percentage of salary. Now, there's insurance and other things on top of that, but that part's not going to change with the salary increase. It's just the percentage part that's going to increase along with salary. And if you look at part-time employees, it's in the neighborhood of 11% for an average. So those are the numbers I used. And I went through, I looked at the number of employees by department that we had on the payroll, would be the one that was paid last week. So it was the last completed payroll cycle we had. I looked at number of full-time employees, part-time employees by department. I also put in some estimates for possibly open positions that we have right now and for summer part-time help. So then as you come down the page where I did all that, that totaled up to, with what we have now and maybe some open positions, about 130 full-time employees. And I came up with 18 part-time. So on the 130 full-time, that would be 2,080 hours a year. The part-time, I just used half-time, so I put in 1,040 hours. Not all those part-time employees work half-time. And even if you're looking at like a mower for the summer that may work 40-hour weeks, they're probably not going to go over around 1,000 hours a year because they're temporary. We're just going to keep them for a little while. So I put in $1 an hour increase straight across the board using those parameters. With that, for the full-time employees, that comes up to $270,400 for a year. For the part-time, it was $18,720. That's just the cost of the increase of the $1 an hour. And then I went back and added the benefit costs that would go up because of that, which added another $54,000 to the full-time, another $2,000 to the part-time. So grand total on that section, I came up with $345,259.20 would be the approximate cost of a $1 an hour increase across the board for a year. Then the section right below that, I looked at, okay, where would this money come from? And one option we'd have at the moment is we budgeted $500,000 for income from prisoners from other counties this year. With what we've done the early part of the year, we're on pace for $840,000. That's a $340,000 income amount over what was budgeted. That comes within $5,000 of covering the cost of this for a year if we were going to use it in that way. And then at the very bottom, I also put in, at this point, we're already 2 months through the year for payroll purposes. So the cost for the rest of this year, if you were to do something like this right now, would be $292,000, that last number on the page. So if you wanted to use that additional income that's coming in from prisoner housing, by my calculations, that would more than cover what it would cost to give $1 an hour across the board for the rest of this year. Now, when we start talking budgets for next summer, we would obviously be looking at higher salaries and we'd have to continue to use money from somewhere to fund them. So I just wanted to bring this up as a possible option to try to bump scales up a little bit, because I know that's been a big topic of discussion lately. Now, is $1 an hour enough to keep employees here? I don't know, but it's an improvement from where we are now. So just for your review and discussion. And obviously, I'm not expecting an answer today. But I do think it's something we need to stay on and figure out what direction we're going to go.
And then also on this insurance down below, we did not have the
Oh, your benefit
HSA.
sheet, yeah, the HSA is not included on that page. This was actually a page we had in our system that we've used when people are applying for grants and things where we have to show benefits. And I really didn't even look at that bottom part when I was
Right.
doing this, and you brought it to my attention that no, the HSA is not included down there.
So that would put anybody that uses HSA, that's going to put $3,000 more per
Right.
employee into the benefit budget. If they choose to do the biometric screening.
And I guess part of why I wouldn't even paid attention to that, to me, that's not really the relevant part to what I'm doing
Right,
with
I
this because
understand.
it's not a percentage of
Right.
salary benefit.
I understand what you did there,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying at our total benefit package, is what I'm saying, what we put.
Right. So like I said, this is for your review, discussion. Be happy to try to answer any questions on it or listen to other ideas you have.
The difference in workman's comp, that just has to do with the department it's in because of the claims it's against.
Yeah, that's how those job descriptions are rated on the work comp plan, and there is a wide range of what work comp costs. Now, if you look at that first one on there, the clerical or office, that's rated at 0.1%. And if you jump over to solid waste, it's 5.96% for work comp. So solid waste is actually, I think, the highest work comp percentage we have in the county.
Why? Why is that?
Based on claims, not our claims, but statewide claims for people in that line of work apparently cost more money than anywhere else. Sheriff is 2.46, so solid waste is costing us twice as much per dollar of salary as a sheriff's officer is for work comp.
Stepping on nails.
Road and fire are higher than sheriff too.
It's training, it's safety training, safety equipment. That's how we keep our company.
People like me that work in an office are really cheap on that part of it. But we don't have the exposures to those injuries like someone outside does. The unemployment is one that varies greatly from year to year. We're at a pretty good rate on it right now. A year or so ago, we were much higher, and that one is directly related to our claims. So if we have several claims, it'll jump right back up.
Does this dollar include the elected officials too?
Yes, that was straight across the board, everybody on pay.
Oh, okay. I see commission. Never mind. Sorry.
And the reason I went with $1 instead of a percentage was to keep the spread from getting larger between the higher and lower. Because if you go a percentage, somebody that makes $17 an hour is not going to get as much money as somebody that makes $30 an hour. And this way, everybody would get the same amount of increase.
So the 5% that we just gave, I mean, can you figure that across and see what that cost us? Do you know what that cost us? 5% that we just got, the COLA
You know, I can give you pretty close anyway.
with benefits and everything.
Yeah, let me do a couple of calculations here and I can tell you real close to what it is.
You don't need to get any more commissioner, I'm gonna slip out.
All right, have a good day.
See you.
So when I was doing budget for this year and I put the 5% in, excuse me, just on the salary part, that was roughly $278,000. So if you would take that or add another 20% to that, 333. So actually that's real close to the same as what this is.
The 5%.
Yeah. So that's going to be around 5% on average. Well, 5% of what the salaries were before this 5%. So it's going to be a little less than that much of an increase now, but same ballpark as what we did for the 5% this year. And I am happy to try to come up with some other estimates or ideas if you guys want to look at something else. This was just one I thought I could put together pretty quickly for you to look at and get the conversation going, because it's one of the things that's come up quite a bit lately. And I think from looking at last week's notes that it's one of the things you talked about wanting to look at. Boone, on all your items you discussed.
What do we have in ARPA funds still? 800?
What do we have?
ARPA funds, yeah. I want to say it's 800.
That sounds
I think that's a
like
little
that
over
neighborhood.
800.
I
think
don't
you're real
have a
close.
listing.
What did we go off of when we, the elected officials, since I've been in, that we, raised it to an average? Or what did we average that off of?
I looked at other counties and I did 3 groups of counties. I did the 5 that surround us as one group. I did another group of, and I don't remember exact numbers, what, 4, 5, 6 of about the same population as Linn County. And I did a third group of one about the same valuation as Linn County. I averaged those 3 groups together and then compared it to our. And then we adjusted to get up to that average.
I couldn't remember what we did.
And that was, what, 2 years ago,
I've been
probably?
in a little over 2, and it was since I've been in there.
Pretty quick, I think, after that.
Yeah.
You've been there for 2 years?
2 years and 2 months.
I don't even know how many years I've been in here.
I've been here 4, haven't you?
4?
Well, you
Time
came
flies when you're having fun.
So you came in during a term too, didn't you, Dan?
Yeah.
First time, so.
Summer 19? Because you came in, what, December of 19, right? October?
You got anything else?
I don't.
And like I said, the only other thing I listed on the agenda was reviewing tabled items. I just kind of put that there in case there was anything you guys wanted to go over today that's on your list. I think after some of the discussion today, I did pencil in, what else? I put something else on there tabled that wasn't. Oh, digital fire radios. I added that to the list today after today's discussion. So that wouldn't be on what was printed that I gave to you yet.
Okay.
Was there any decision on the holiday pay for staff?
It's still, we talked about that last week, but we haven't done anything yet, have we?
No, nothing's happened.
I don't have an issue with it myself, Kevin, as far as what we talked about, as far as, actually working today, the actual day, not the observed day, but I don't know what we gotta do in a.
I think it's just changing some language on things. It's not, I mean, it's in the handbook the way it is now, and we can make adjustments to that. And then when we do a revised handbook, we update it at that point. But I think by resolution, it could be changed. Any kind of policy could on that.
You'd have Gary write one up or what?
Probably. I've got to talk to him later anyway. I can bring it up with him again.
Okay. Do you have a problem with it?
No. I mean,
I don't think Jason did either. I mean, I think it just amounts to 3 days. I mean, as far as what you're talking, because the observed's different than the actual.
what, you have Gary write up something and just sign it or what? Or do you
Yeah,
want him
I
to
think
come
we'd
back
want
in?
to do a resolution since it would be changing a policy. So it probably would be good to have him work on it and make sure everything's in there that needs to be. But I can talk to him about that because, like I say, I need to meet with him and discuss.
And the next holiday will be July the 4th, so.
So would you guys want to come in on the 6th and
That's his project.
you good with that? The 6th was the next time.
I mean, if we can get it done, like I said, we got till the 4th of July before the next, I mean, I don't have a problem whenever we can, but 4th of July is the next holiday.
We just want to put something in writing because it was agreed to once and then it changed, so.
Bobby, we invite you back March 6th. I don't have anything else.
I don't either.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Motion to move and second, all in favor?
Aye.